Hey everyone, how's everyone doing? How are you doing today? Hopefully your weekend is started well. Hopefully this is a good continuation of whatever you're doing in your weekend. Oh, I wanted to show you something. I forgot to show you in the news yesterday. Of course, Arch has already packaged Dev Toys. You know, the new one. So that was pretty cool. Yeah. Anyways, I was like, oh, I want to actually test it out, and I was gonna go do it, and then I was like, you know what, I'm gonna just see if Arch has the package. And guess who had the package? Arch already had it packaged, even though it's in this is a preview release. So no. Anyways, there's that. It's a little bit of a flashbang. Is there a dark mode? Is this a ticket that we need to here we go. Of course they have an app theme. Thank you very much. There we go. No more flashbanging. Now I can, you know, I can do this without hurting anybody's eyes, just feelings. All right. We have one last thing with our Twitch alerts that needs fixed. So if you all remember, we can actually just go 10 and we'll just look at the admin portal. None of the CSS these are the latest events. This is actually pretty cool that this worked. This is from yesterday. Super awesome. None of the CSS is loading, which is kind of a problem. I think it's probably that we didn't copy. We probably didn't copy the code into the right place in the container. That's my guess, at least, the CSS and whatnot. So we're gonna try to fix that today. So that's actually the one thing that we need to make it work. It's kind of working right now, except that there's just no CSS and no audio either. So we need to figure out why. If we look in here, let's see, in here, right? We have this, where we have our assets. And this is all of those things. We're passing in an asset path. And my guess is that we either didn't copy it into the container, though I do think we were doing that. We're not giving the right asset path in the production. Also, hello there to you on YouTube. Welcome. Thanks for joining. We're almost up to 200 followers on YouTube. You guys are awesome. All right. Okay, so yeah, let's check this out, because it was working locally. We did everything with getting the text to line up and everything. So we just need to figure out what we're passing in for this. Now this is cool. We are passing in an asset path here, which is getting set here, which is getting set in this front-end API. So let's figure out what we're actually passing in. I'm hoping that it's an environment variable, so we can just change that on the fly. That would be the best thing. If I've made this a argument, would be amazing. My guess is I just hard coded it. That's my guess though. Am I also on Twitch? Yeah, I am also on Twitch. I'm not gonna lie, Twitch has a little bit better support. Well, one, my Twitch alerts actually work on it. Also, I'm not great at reading Twitch chat, but if I do read one Twitch chat, it's usually it's like I said, I'm not usually good at reading chat. But if I did read chat, I sometimes miss YouTube chat, and I feel terrible about it. I'm trying to get better about it, but that's my Twitch. Apollo, how are you doing? All right, let's see. We just need to see how we're configuring this in the main project. Let's see. That is the... Hopefully it's an option. Hopefully. Oh, it's hard-coded. What did I tell you all? I know myself too well. I hard-coded until it needs an option. YouTube chat is C on Moscow rating? My approach to learning Rust is pretty much the same approach I take for any language. The first thing I do is read this. It's really good. Go give this a read. Now, this is maybe different than most people. I don't read well. And so I'm not going to say that I sat here and read through this perfectly, because I can't read anything perfectly for starts, and then for second, that would take me a year. But it's actually not that long, so go read through this. It's good to at least know, how I do it is I read enough of each section so that I know where to come back to. Because there's two things that I find. The first thing is that when doing a language, it needs to come second nature, or it's going to be really slow. And the first time that you do it, even if you've read it, even if you read this, you're not going to remember what the star means, why they did it here, and what the mutex was doing. That's not going to be second nature. You're going to have to look it up anyways. So the whole point of reading this first is to make it so that you can come back to a section really quickly and easily and find it. And there's the ability to search and whatnot. So the second step in this is to build a project. Just go build one. And it probably needs to be a real project, but make it a really small project. Don't set out to make dev toys. Start out with something small that maybe you're gonna throw away. I actually like making a to-do app. That's kind of generally how I start out. I make a to-do app with a UI and just learn the things through that. I think it's a great way to do it. And a great way to just go learn a language. Yeah. And then I do stuff with it. In Rust, we're gonna create some German strings, probably next month. I'm kind of excited about that because I think that will actually improve my understanding of Rust's memory management. And that's why I picked that. I was like, oh, this actually looks really like a great learning experience. And on top of that, I don't know what I was going to say on top of that. I'm literally I had something and it's gone. It's gone. Yeah, there are a few projects in the book as well, for sure. I was just talking about how I do it. And don't take how I do. That's the other thing. Don't take how I do something as the only and best way. It doesn't have to be. All right. The cheating way to fix this would actually be able to make this folder, which doesn't exist, into our project, into our container. We could make this, but we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna cheat. We're gonna just fix this right. Oh, the must, should, could, would, won't. Okay, yeah. You're absolutely right, Russell. YouTube chat is C on the Moscow rating. So this is maybe my greatest piece of advice. Everyone's advice comes from a different background. And while I'm not going to say everybody's advice is 100% valid, there's always probably a lot of the times there's reasons to listen to it, but you can't just take what they say verbatim and apply it to yourself. I don't care whether it's Kelsey Hightower or, the guy who created C++. Brian I can't pronounce his last name. I'm sorry. I know you're brilliant. I'm not. Cannot do your last name. I don't care if it's coming from those people or from me. Like, we all have a view of the world, and it comes from our experiences. And your experiences and your situations are different. Maybe you learn from reading a whole lot better than I do. And so maybe a detailed read through the book is actually better for you than what I do, which is just a skim through it, do a project, and move on. I think the book has like an HTTP server as well as a project as well, like a single threaded. I think it has some projects in there for you, but the point is, it's really good to get this perspective from other people, but I strongly encourage you to take it as just that, a perspective from another person. Maybe it's valid, maybe it has some really useful information for you, but also understand that your situation, your scenario, you yourself are different. And taking anyone's advice verbatim may or may not work out perfectly for you. Yeah, we'll call it Mr. C++. I'll just go with that. Mr. C++. I like that. Right. JavaScript does suck. But you're 100% right. You can also get jobs with it. The two things aren't mutually exclusive. But right, or also Apollo that you should stop learning all other languages and master Go because it's the most enjoyable. Right. Again, enjoyable is it's a personal preference as well. Anyways, so that's kind of my I'm trying to be more free about giving my advice because for a long time I specifically didn't, because I was afraid, like, people were like, oh, give me some advice for my resume or whatnot. And, my whole thing is like, your resume could even be very much geared towards a specific company that you'd like to get them to read it. And so general advice doesn't really help with that. And I just want people to be careful with it. So anyways, yeah. I do just really feel like Copilot has fallen. Like, I don't want to be like, mostly I feel like when we first got the tech, we were just maybe a little bit easy on it because we were like, this is cool. It's actually, but like, it just feels worse and worse. Like, why would I want to copy this specifically? Oh no, this one. It's copying this one specific. Like, I'm not sure why it thinks that's what I want. Well, hello there, Mr. Yogurt. How are you doing this morning? How is Clap? I like Clap. Now, let me preface that. Why do I preface everything? I'm going to say I like Clap, but I haven't done an exhaustive search through the different command line tools out there. So I wouldn't take that as like a stunning, saying like, Clap is the best one. I honestly don't even know. I used Clap, and Clap was good enough for me and solved all my problems that I've never searched for anything else. So take that for what it is. I've never felt the need to look for a different one because Clap has always done just fine. There's that. There could be a better one out there. I don't know because I haven't looked. You mean like a list? I like the apps are a list where you could have any number of them. Go 5 minutes flying about. Russell, if I didn't know better, I would think that you're a stand-up comedian. You're very good with the with the one-liners. You know, I don't know. I don't do lists of arguments very well, or much. Russ, Clap, argument lists. Specifies the number of arguments parsed per occurrence. For example, if you had this. So yeah, you can set an unbounded as well. Yeah. How exactly that feels, you know, I'm not sure, but you know, we could give this a test at some point. Could you do most of it with a switch case? I think Apollo, you're right, but look at what this is doing for me right here. And I didn't write any code of this. First, it takes this as a environment variable. It gives me a long and a short. I could actually give this a explanation, but it gives me the long and short. So, you know, you can use dash 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 front end dash assets, or you can use dash F if there's no other dash F. It gives me help text for that. It also gives me the environment variable. So basically it will check at startup if this isn't given in the command line arguments, it will check the environment variables. And if it's in the environment variables, it will pull it out of that, which is what I use for Kubernetes. I'm just putting these in environment variables. And then if it's in neither of those for like testing locally, it will just use this default value. Could you do all of this with a switch kit? Yeah, you could, but this is actually pretty nice, right? Awesome. Well, yep, it does support this. And that's actually why I also do like some of the open source. Like I showed you guys this and like doing that because I'd love to, you know, help share tools and libraries and stuff that are helpful. Because sometimes it's hard to just find. Sometimes. Clap is pretty easy one to find, but I think it's pretty popular. All right, we have a front end assets now. Let's get back to, not here. Okay, so here, I guess I could have just searched for this. We can do ops dot front end assets. Yeah. We might need to clone that. I wanted clone. All right. So this now should pass it in. We should keep the same value running default when we don't pass anything, but we should be able to set an environment variable when running in production. So this sounds pretty good. Okay, so this is actually one thing that I think ChatGPT does really well with. This is one thing that I think if you don't know what something is called, and my favorite one is when I was very first learning to program, I saw in C++ where there would be some function and they would set it equal to 0. And I didn't know what this was called. And so I couldn't search for a pure virtual function because I didn't know it was called. So being the idiot that I was, I went to Stack Overflow because I thought those people were there to help. Well, it turns out that I got roasted for this because I should have known to search for pure virtual function because it had been answered in a post called "What is a pure virtual function?" But guess what ChatGPT does really well? And watch it fail doing this, but what is it called when you see a function set equal to 0 in C++, like this? Yeah, this gets you what it is. Whether this is garbage or not, you can now go look up a pure virtual function. And that's pretty awesome. This right here may be the biggest undersell of it in total. It can give you a place to start Google, and it can give you a place to start searching. This is just the free. I'm just on free. I do believe this is using 4.0. I think I get a couple questions on 4.0 before I go down. So we can try. We can try it on 3.5. I think it does. I think it gets you to the pure virtual function part. But anyways, that was just, I do think that people don't talk about that. Just finding those things you wouldn't even know the name of it. I think it's actually pretty good for that. Now, obviously, you have the null channel and the null channel's Discord. So there's also a really good place to ask if you don't know the word for something. We might make fun of you a little bit. Just a little. Actually, mostly they just make fun of me, so you're good. We'll let you know that that's been asked in Stack Overflow. Okay, so front end assets. So we're now cloning this. I think that we're good. We just need to update the container and make sure that we're copying those things in. Because maybe our chiseled containers are not getting copied over. Let's see. We're copying yeah, we're not copying in any of this, are we? This is the Twitch alerts. That's our Twitch. Okay. So yeah, we need to copy these files in. It thought you were being aggressive towards me. Twitch auto mod is not super. Twitch auto mod is really weird to me because it doesn't catch somebody blatantly trying to sell bots, but it will catch that. But it was completely devoid of the meaning there. It thought you were trying to bully me. All right. So with this chiseled, we don't really want to be in the root FS. Where do we want to copy this to? Do we just want to do it into like Etsy? Do we want to do like copy? We don't have to do from builder. This is just static file assets, right? We could do copy Twitch. No, this is front end API / users / assets. And we're just going to copy that into Etsy, Twitch alerts. That feels gross to me. Bots sticking together. Can't ban its own. That's exactly what's going on. The bot knew it was a bot. Gotta protect it. Skynet, it's coming. We're just gonna do this. We're gonna copy the whole folder into here. That will be good. So then our path will be Etsy, Twitch alerts, assets. So that means, wait. Why is it telling me I can't write? File exists. Well, of course the file exists. I opened it. All right, I'm gonna get out of this file. I'm gonna open it again. That felt weird to me. Error detected. Right, I don't have anything for Docker files. So Tree Sitter kind of takes a dump. That's fine. I need to fix it where if I open a file right now, if I open a file where it doesn't have a LSP for it, it takes a dump, which is not the best in my experience. I'd much rather it just open a file that it doesn't know and have nothing, no thing. It doesn't need to like crash on me. Yeah, Apollo, I'm not gonna say that this happened to me, but this is what it felt like. I'm not going to say it was necessarily gatekeeping because the question was legitimately asked before. It just wasn't possible for me to have searched because I didn't even know its name. Now, I still did figure it out because one of the people put a comment that said, hey, this is a pure virtual function and here's a link. But this was before the time where now when they mark it closed as duplicate, they actually put a thing. They actually put a link to the duplicate, which is so much more helpful. I actually like that feature. If it's been asked before, just link it. That way, the different style of asking the question still has an answer. It's easier to Google then because you didn't. So I actually like having the newer duplicate system that they have. Now the bullying and whatnot, I mean, there are turds of people that are out there. It happens. It happens. All right. So then what we need to do is deployment. Oh yeah, that doesn't work. We'll go this one. Sadly, also All right. What did we call this? I know that we called this something. Front end assets. That's what we called it. Let's see. We did Etsy. Varlib probably would have been better. Should we just go with Varlib? That actually makes more sense now that this recommended that. I think that makes way more sense. I'm gonna go there instead of the insanity that I did. Yeah, let's just do that. I mean, we even put the migrations there. How dented am I? How dented? Now, I probably should have put this DB in. We're going to leave this for now, but this should have been in Twitch alerts, but that's fine. That's fine. Whatever. Zoes from YouTube. What am I doing? Well, I'm trying to fix my Twitch alerts. We had working Twitch alerts, and then I said, hey, let's learn HTMX for real. And then I updated the front end in HTMX, and I broke everything. It's made me rethink about a lot of things and added a lot of complexity to the back end to deal with it. But we're really, really close to making it work. Unfortunately, it doesn't support YouTube events yet. It will be a while before it supports YouTube. Oh, does it give you similar posts when you're opening an issue? That's awesome. I haven't used it for a very long time. All right, this is looking good. All right, let's see. Can we? Whoa. We're going to Docker build. Let's see if we can get 131. 131. Oh, I don't know why I got out of the directory. There we go. That always helps. Let's just step through this and make sure that everything is lining up while that's going. All right, so we're copying the assets into varlib Twitch alerts assets. I think that this will copy the folder here. So this should be assets after that. And then we updated the deployment to have this as an environment variable right here, front end assets. And we have an op for this, right? That is front end assets. Yes. All right. All right. Let's see. We want, what do we want? We want Docker push 131. Oh, we actually forgot one thing, didn't we? We got to update this. All right, now if we go there, call me Mr. Yogurt, a powerful sorcerer, sought the null party's aid. Thank you. I missed your follow. Call me Yogurt. I appreciate the follow. You're appreciated, and we're fixing the system, or we're trying to. Yuji, a wandering warrior, found the null party. Thank you. Obviously, the system is still broken because we're not getting any CSS. So we probably shouldn't test in production. There's a couple reasons this could be. The hard part right now is I do in fact have chiseled containers. So I can't actually, there is no, I can't like open them up and check out what is here, right? Varlib, Twitch alerts, assets. Right, I cannot. I mean, I know it's not working because this would have some CSS. It's very minimum CSS, but it would have some CSS. It's just text right now. So either our Docker file didn't copy it correctly, or we didn't configure the front-end assets properly. Yeah. UG, I'm making Twitch alerts powered by AI. Now, they're not displaying properly right now, and that's my bad. We just re-architected the whole front end to be HTMX instead of a different thing, which is a is a Rust front end that uses WebAssembly. So basically, the whole thing is you get a custom follow message, and you're getting it. It's just not displaying properly because the CSS isn't getting there. Which is a shame, right? And it is locally, so this is just a deployment issue at this point. We have the front end assets. We have the op. Front end assets. Why is this? Okay, so how do we test this? How do we validate what's in this image? We can add a logging message about where the assets are. My fear is that they're not copied in properly. So let's do this. Let's do monolith main here. And let's actually do this right at the beginning here. Let's do just something really dumb like this. Oh, let's do this. This way we can actually just build the container here. We can run it and we can make sure that ops is getting that we're passing in the right thing. Well, so the problem is right now that I'm running into is that there is no bash. This is a hardened container. This is a chiseled container that we're running in. Let's see. So yeah, this here is actually from scratch. It has nothing but the stuff we copy into it. So if people don't know what Scratch is, you know, a lot of times you do from something, and Scratch is actually just from nothing. So you get a sandbox with nothing in it. It's 0 bytes. If you make a container from scratch and put nothing here in it, It's just nothing. Scratch is nothing. So it only has the things that we copied into it. Pretty cool. Oh, it's not even going to get there, is it? Because it's going to expect all of this stuff, isn't it? Okay, we can fix this by doing this. Yeah, we got this. What is it? Oh, but it's not going to actually be passed in because that's if I'm running locally. That just puts it in my local environment. Ah, okay. This is more painful than I was expecting. So this isn't going to work. Create a Docker compose. I suppose we could do a Docker compose. I suppose we could. I was trying to come up with the easiest way to debug what's in this. We could also do this. Watch this. Now, get no, I want a Docker build. What? What? Cannot copy to non-directory. I see. Why when I press this, do I get this here? Why is all of a sudden Tree Sitter just giving me garbage? Failed to load parser for language Docker file. Like, why does it do this when I go search for a file? Because it highlights this one and it's trying to Tree Sitter this. I got it now, but it's so annoying. And it didn't used to do that. It didn't used to error for a file it didn't know. I'm getting thoroughly annoyed with it. You know, we don't need this for right now because Ubuntu will have all of these things in it. Right. So for this, file exists. Not this again. What is wrong with Vim today? I'm getting really annoyed with it. Like, we haven't changed anything. Tree Sitter is just upset. We'll go and update everything. I just wanted to, while I was thinking about this, get that out of the way. Get this building. Let's go and I guess we actually just and then we just do what? Lazy. Can we do update and see if maybe there was just a bad update? Did that update everything? I feel like I just updated everything. Okay. Let's give that a try. Nope. 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 Didn't fix anything. It's utter garbage. I don't think I rebuilt my Vim config. The only thing, okay, I did one thing. We did one thing a little bit ago. And we turned off the Rust. It was a Rust thing. Let's look at it though. You know, maybe I screwed up something that I didn't realize. I turned off the Rust formatter for this. So if you look at we're already searching for Rust. If you look for Rust Analyzer, it's commented out. So I turned off Rust Analyzer for this. That's the only thing that I've done recently. Well, it's weird because it's Tree Sitter complaining that it doesn't have the file, which I feel is like just a new Tree Sitter thing. It doesn't have an LSP, so maybe there's a configuration now where I can say, hey, don't complain if you can't open a file. We can just try this TS update. I don't know. What's your question? And thanks for being first time chatter. Unless if your question is how to buy bots. That's not a great question. Yeah, let's try Zed. Let's just give Zed a go here. I don't know. I'm sure it's a skill issue on my part. I'm new to Vim. For any of you that couldn't tell how poorly I was using it. I'm new to Vim. And there's probably some tree sitter setting now that I could set. You're absolutely right. I don't know what it is. And I'm scared to ask Stack Overflow. I'm scared. I figure if it's a simple thing like that, it's already been answered. Do you think I could go from being a security analyst to DevOps engineer, or should I take a job in between? I'm learning the basic tools like Terraform, GitHub Actions, AWS, Docker, and Kubernetes, but it's hard to understand. Yeah, we can actually just hit up Tree Sitter really quickly. I don't know what I would look for though. Let's see. What's the error when we get it? I need to... executing vim.schedule callback. Failed to load parser for language. This is NeoVim, not Vim. Yeah, sorry. This is NeoVim. I apologize. I didn't make that clear. I don't see anything, which means it might not... I haven't changed a tree sitter. Like, I haven't changed anything in tree sitter, so I feel like it's not something I changed in tree sitter. I don't have a problem loading a specific parser. I want to tree sitter don't error on no parser. If there's no bug, install a parser not available for language. No, this is not what I want. All right. Well, it's fine. You know what? We have a fix. We have a savior from this problem. Watch this. Watch this. We'll just close that out. We'll just go here and we'll go Z. We're going all in Z. All in on Z. Save us, Z. You're our only hope. You know what? I'm sorry, I get stuck on these things. I want to try one thing really quickly. I know that this is boring for all of you. I want to look at my tree sitter really quickly. You know, I've never actually changed it, and like I just want to tree sitter. So this is just what came with Quick Start. I don't see anything wrong here. I wonder if this is failing that, and it used to like auto install languages that are not installed. Is that maybe why it's all of a sudden failing? No, it doesn't. Let's show you. That's a good question, but no, that's not true. Let's open this up. All right, and then no. So if we just go down here and open the Docker file, now it also errors still. So basically, at this point, any file that is not... this is so weird, because, like, AML, I doubt it has one. But for some reason, it doesn't just puke on AML. It's Docker files and Bash files, I think, are the ones that I know off the top of my head. It probably has one for YAML. Yeah, Docker files is one, as you can see. There's another one that it's failing on right now as well. I don't know. Oh, wait. What did I click? Add folder to project? No, I wanted to open a new project. I want to open a folder. I don't know. This is the same project. This isn't really a project. I hope it doesn't make like project files. That would be not great. Let's see. Twitch alerts. Where are... Oh, man. My goodness. This is so much. Here we go. Here's the T's. All right. I forget where we were. Look at that. We get Docker file support here. I wonder if it's failing to download the extension, and that's why it's erroring. I don't know. It just started doing it recently. I can open up an issue. I'm just not... I don't know it well enough to say that, like, it's actually an issue versus, like, it could just be me... Yeah, it could just be me doing something stupid. All right, but guess what? We have Vin bindings here, so we're like 3/4 of the way. This is pretty awesome. The only thing that this doesn't have is telescope. No telescope here. Which is a bummer, but... Maybe turn auto install off. Ooh, why do I have a witch key issue now? Why? Why? Please don't report these warnings as an issue. So I just have some warnings. Just some warnings. How are you doing, Nighthound? I hope your weekend is going well so far. No, turning off auto install did not actually fix the problem. Failed to load parser for language darker file. No error. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's just Docker files for right now. We'll survive. Yeah, the CloudStrike mess is a mess. It is a mess, isn't it? Well, I know I can. We'll figure it out. I just didn't want to get too stuck. If people find this boring, I didn't want us to get too stuck on like, oh, I don't know. Ooh, look, here's Lua rocks are not installed. Here rocks, the lazy rocks. We got some lazy rocks. That's a problem. That's a problem. Okay, well, we got a rock problem. Mostly lazy rocks. The following errors have been detected. Docker file. Failed to load parser for language Docker file. This is weird. This is concatenated with the following files. I don't know how tree sitter works well enough. Could I just go and delete this? Could I just go and delete everything in Docker file and have it downloaded again? Greyhound, since you recommended me not using it, it kind of makes me want to use it more. Kind of. What would you use instead of tree sitter? What would you use instead of tree sitter? If this fixes it, that would be amazing. Hey, look! That fixed it. And it reinstalled Docker too. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that's it. That's it. It's beautiful. A good LSP is an option? Well, I have LSPs for the things that I have LSPs for, right? You know, for Rust, for C++ and Go, I have LSPs installed. So was it just that Docker file install had been corrupted somehow? Now, Gray Hat, I'll ask you a question. I get how there's code execution paths here, but wouldn't those people have to have direct access to my computer anyways? Right? These aren't remote code execution. These are like, hey, yeah, if I got you to open a file that you wrote. Like, I'm assuming you could, Gray Hatter, write a file and have me open it and basically have code execution on my computer, right? Did you see that Rust Rover lets you use it's under non-commercial for free? Be careful with Rust Rover and its free non-commercial, because they make you say that they can use all of your code and that they have a direct license to all of your code that you write with Rust Rover. So be careful with that. Correct, Gray Hatter. I get what you're going with there. I agree. I'm assuming that Rust Rover sends the code up because they say they're training their AI on it. I'm just giving you the warning of reading their terms of service on Rust Rover. That's all. They say they will take your code. They say that they have a right to use it however they please, and they say that they will train their AI with it. So. That's fine. I mean, like, as long as you know, and you're not like working on some secret project internally, like, I think that's fine. Yeah, I just would hate for people to not realize that you're giving them an exclusive license. And if you're trying to come up with something new and unique that's not necessarily open source, just on your personal computer, they might be uploading it. I don't know. And not exclusive. I apologize. You give them a perpetual. I forget the exact terms. You give them the right to use it. Not exclusive. That was the wrong word. My apologies. We were working on this. That's what we were doing. I think you're right, Gray Hatter. Perpetual, non-revocable. It was kind of sketchy. That's why I'm letting people know. And you're right. I'm not saying that, well, I don't believe that Copilot or not Copilot. I don't believe that Visual Studio Code has that in their license. Now, GitHub is actually being sued, and that's one of the things that GitHub is still being sued about, whether it was a breach of contract for them to train on your code that you trusted hosting with them when it wasn't specifically in their contract. Okay? So they are being sued. That's one of the ones that hasn't been thrown out. The breach of contract. So we'll see how that carries out. And I realize that when you upload it to GitHub as an open source project, it's probably getting trained on. But my thing with Rust Rover that was a little bit more scary, what if it was just on my PC, right? What if it was just on this PC here and I was doing it? Are they uploading that code to their servers? I don't honestly know. I don't know how that works. But per the terms of service that you agree to, it makes it feel like they could be. I don't know. And if you were doing something, I don't know what you're doing. I'm just here warning you. That's all. And now it's up to you whether, like I said, for the Twitch alerts that I'm doing, it's all open source, and I honestly couldn't care less if somebody trained on it. But it's the joke's on them. This is garbage. Joke's on them. So, I myself don't like licenses like that. I don't like licenses that basically say, well, you can use this, but anything you produce with it belongs to me. What if Blender did that? Yeah, you can make any 3D model that you would like, but any 3D model that you make, you give us the license to use. I don't know. That feels gross to me. That feels gross to me, honestly. I don't love it. Blender is free. Also, Adobe does that. And it's gross. Adobe does it even if you're paying for it. And it's gross. You guys should not use Adobe. Shoot. People are complaining about the wrong thing with Adobe. Well, let's find this. Adobe terms of service. I think it's 4.2. 4.2. People are agreeing. Because people are like, oh, they're training AI. This is not the problem. Training AIs is not the problem. License to your content solely for the purpose of operating or approving the service or software you grant us a non-exclusive worldwide royalty-free license to use, reproduce, publicly display, distribute, modify, create derivative works based on They get full access to it. This is horrible. I also... Black Star Owl, joke's on you, because the best viewers are the ones already viewing the channel. So forget. Don't use Adobe. Just don't. Don't use Adobe. Let's. You're right. We can find worse, and Adobe is worse. Oh, operating is super vague. Operating is super vague. If you're really looking for alternatives, there's alternatives that you can pay for. I actually really like, so what I use to make my thumbnails and everything, and I realize I'm not a great graphic designer, but I like it so far. I use Affinity. You do have to pay for this. This is not open source, but it's not super expensive. It's a one-time fee, right? I don't... you have to buy each one, but yeah. What? $34? $34? That's nothing. That's nothing. I got the universal. This is what I did. I did $82 for publisher. You know, I use the photo and designer. $82, and I get it on Windows and Mac, but I don't really use it on. I just use it on Windows. Now this doesn't work in Linux. The one thing that I have been using in Linux, if you're wanting alternatives, is you can use Krita. Krita is fairly good. I'm new to it, so I'm learning. It's more based on the painting. There's also Inkscape, which is pretty good as far as that goes. I'm learning that side. I'd love to get where I can edit everything on Linux instead of having anything on Windows. The big issue I have right now is Resolve. DaVinci Resolve doesn't freaking work on Linux for me because I don't know why. It just doesn't start. So I haven't been able to get my full editing on Linux, but that's my goal and my hope. But you don't need Adobe. Everybody should leave Adobe. That's actually really good, doing the super sale right after the Adobe stuff. Like this is brilliant. This is good. The other thing is you get to try it for 6 months for free. And this is the price of 1 month of Adobe. 1 month of Adobe. Just don't use Adobe. Anyways, I don't like licensing like that. I don't think it's a good precedent to set when you're giving people your content, your stuff that you worked for. Now, I get it. It's a free version, but it's already free for non-commercial work. Like, you can't make money with whatever you're using Rust Rover for, right? So, like, to me, this is already saying, like, this is just insult to injury. If I said, you can't make money with this tool, or else you have to pay me, and I get a license to everything that you create with it, I don't know. I don't think that's a good precedence for us to set. I don't love it. I don't love it as a precedent. So anyways, I'm sorry that we got stuck on licensing. Yeah, so anyways, that was just my Rust Rover. It's nice that they have one out there. I don't think that they should say, hey, for open source, you give us a right to your stuff. Or non-open source. It's actually pretty expensive then if you think about it. What you can do as a developer is pretty awesome. And the cost to Rust Rover then just went up as like a whole lot. It's not good enough for me to want to pay that price, right? This was what I feared. This is what I feared. So this is not copying it into assets. I was it just copied the contents. It didn't copy the folder. Let's actually. Let's. All right, so this should fix it. Yeah. And the other thing is, these companies are doing it because people don't read the license. And Grey Hatter had a fantastic, you need to be reading these licenses. Because the big thing is, like, maybe you don't care, and that's fine. That's fine. But I think that people have gotten way too comfortable with getting away with way too much in way too long of licenses. That's my my take on it. Command P. Command P. So in Linux, this would be what? Control P? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what file I was looking for. Let's just do yeah. We can see it. This is like fuzzy find. This is like fuzzy find. Apollo, it's ridiculous. If you go and look through the terms of service for Adobe, my wife and son have medications. Like, we're not talking about like over-the-counter like we're talking strong, regulated medications that have smaller terms of service. All right, cool. So yeah, whatever you do, read them. I don't think that to me, something like Rust Rover isn't nearly good enough for me to sign my code over to them. I guess is where I come from. I get it that GitHub probably already does this, but I'm actually not signing it over to them, which is a little bit of a difference to me. And I am actively looking for how the law is going to, you know, work itself out around this. We're tracking it actively. So let's see. This is deployment, front-end deployment. This is Twitch alerts deployment. Then let's see, we're gonna search for image. We're gonna go next. I'm actually really liking, this is gonna take a little bit of getting used to, but Zed is actually pretty, like, it has the best Vim bindings of anything. Obviously, it doesn't have the configurability with like Tree Sitter or Telescope, but like it has a lot of those things. I'm not accustomed to hitting Command P for, this is actually Control P in my case, but I'm not accustomed to Control P for searching for the files, but like, actually, yeah. You know what, Apollo? I have heard a lot of really good things about Ryder. Russell, I think, really likes Ryder. I've heard a lot of really good things about Ryder. Oh, I'm sorry there's ads. I will wait for the ads to respond to that. I apologize. I wasn't even looking at the ads. That was my bad. Usually I stop. All right. Have you ever tried to read every license? You know, Omnifid. I'm just gonna call you Omni. I haven't read every single license. I'm as guilty. I do read a lot of them though. I actually do read a lot of them, and I'm part of reading them at work as well and validating them. So, yeah, they do change. What I can tell you and what I will do, if we ever get to the place where you guys can sign up for the Null Cloud or things like that, and we produce some stuff here, what I'm going to do for terms of service always is they're always going to be in a Git repo. So one, changes can be tracked. There's going to be a history of all the changes that are made. So you can just git diff between the two versions, 100%. The other thing is that for the people that aren't savvy with Git, there's going to be a change log with the changes between each versions, like basically that git diff between each version, so people can see that. Because I actually, if I had one law that I would like, is I would like that, a requirement of the diffing. I know that people can do it, but it's actually, people don't realize that machines can do that. I know that you and I all know that, but I think the normal not software engineer doesn't realize that. You know, I could be wrong, but that's my anyways, that is what I will do for anything that I provide out of this stream. It will all be in Git. This seems weird. Oh. Oh no. This is on me. This is on me. We removed this copy. And this was Scratch, right? Shoot. This is 100% on me. What are we missing? CA certificate datas. TLS is failing because we don't have any root certificates on our machine. This, I could have told you this. Would have failed. I'm afraid this right here, this chisel cut, I'm afraid that that is pulling a bunch of images. Like container images. Like, I almost feel like I need to go and investigate because I think that's what's rate limiting us, right? It's the only change was that we got chiseled. I don't know. Done. Do we have CSS? No, we don't. Gosh dang it. I thought we fixed it. We didn't. We did not. We did not, did we? No CSS still. This is hilarious. Whoops. Yeah, this is obviously not working. Well, shoot. What we can do is fix some of that. Oh yeah, we're not using that anymore. Let's see, front end API main. Oh, how do I jump from error to error? That's actually something I don't know. Next error. Okay. I don't know. This is not true. It takes 2. It takes 2. It's not doing a very good job here. The error it's saying here is this function takes 4 arguments, but 2 arguments were supplied. That's categorically false. It takes 2 arguments. I think you're drunk, Zed. This is also categorically false. WebSocket host is right there. I mean, we just built this. Thank you for the follow. Sorry you don't get a message because this is broken and all my fault too. This should not take so long. This is dumb. We're not getting CSS. Most likely because I screwed something up. I mean, well, I know I screwed something up. Oh, actually, let's get the logs on this, right? Because we print out the ops that were passed in, right? Yeah. Oh, let's do that. Okay, logs, let's do that. Let's check out what we actually passed in here. Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. I will go change that that access token. You're lucky you didn't bet today that I would leak something. Fantastic. I did print out all the options which have my keys in them. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, 1 second. I'm just checking. Just checking really quickly to see what the front end assets was passed in correctly. Var lib Twitch alerts assets. Exactly how we expected it to be. Var lib Twitch alerts assets. Var lib Twitch alerts assets. Yeah. All right. Well, 1 second. I need to change out my access token here. Give me just a second. Do I use a MacBook? No. I would not be caught dead with a crapbook Pro. Look, you don't need a status book to be a developer. You could get a Raspberry Pi and do 3/4 of what we do. Okay? If you want a MacBook Pro, feel free to get one. If you like a crapple OS, please be my guest and go get one. It's fine, and it can do the job. Just know you don't need this. You can literally take the latest Raspberry Pi, and it might be a little bit slower than what I'm running on, but you'll be fine. Now, I prefer running Linux, and a lot of your web servers are also on Linux, right? And so if you're really wanting to learn, I think learning Linux is really important. That being said, Mac OS is Unix adjacent, right? It's a little bit there, but it's not the full thing. Now, if you're talking about non-Apple laptops, I can tell you ones I wouldn't get. I can't recommend System 76 because I've never used one of theirs, but I really badly want to use one of theirs. I really badly want to try a System 76 out. But again, you can just use a Raspberry Pi. That's all you need. My computer that I'm running on right now, this is not a laptop, but it is cheaper than the base MacBook Pro. And I have a decent GPU in here. I have 61 gigabytes of DDR5 memory. I have 32 cores, AMD. Well, it's 32 threads, so yeah, 32 threads. And all of this was much cheaper than a MacBook Pro. Now, obviously, this is not a laptop, and I say much cheaper. I think I came out at like $1,600, so that might be like the cheap end of the MacBook Pro. Oh, maybe the exact same. Never mind. Not the exact same of that. All right, the exact same as the cheapest 14-inch, not the 16-inch. Yeah, I was thinking the 16-inch. I was thinking the 2500. So the cheapest 16-inch is more than this desktop was, by far. If you're talking about System 76, again, if you like the MacBook Pro, go for it. If you have the money to spend on it, go for it. You just don't have to. You know, if you're wanting to do like a Linux one here, let's see. Yeah, this starts at, you know, these aren't cheap, but they're made to run Linux. And I think that's fantastic. I think I was looking at the Lemur Pro. This was kind of expensive. That's why I don't have one. At that, it's really not that bad. Let's see. Ew, it's an Ultra Core 7. I don't love that, but whatever. That's a decent laptop for $1,600, and it runs Linux. But again, with all advice, maybe you really like Mac. Maybe you're one of those people that likes Xcode. Wait, I don't think those people actually exist, but well, if your budget is 4K, you can get quite a bit. You can get a gaming desktop and a work laptop. There you go. There you go. Get a gaming desktop and slap some Linux on it, and yeah. But you don't need it for developing, is all I'm saying. If you're wanting to learn to develop, you don't need it. All right. I need to, 1 second. I'm in the middle of resetting my, yeah, I leaked my thing. But again, if you're really wanting to run with a MacBook and you like that experience, you're fine. The thing that I'm just trying to instill is I would learn Linux better than I have learned Linux. It's one of the reasons I'm trying to learn Linux better. I would learn Linux and yeah. One second. I am just resetting my stupid freaking key since I leaked it. Making sure that I'm resetting the right key. The right one. Let's see. MI6H7. I'm using the incorrect one on my desktop, I think. Oh no, because I leaked the one that's actually in the production, not the one that's on my desktop. So, all right, this is going to be more painful than I thought because I didn't leak. Oh, I actually leaked the production one. Okay, well, it's deleted. That's what I was looking into. I was like, this looks like the wrong one. I'm updating it so that it's all working. Did Arch actually help with learning it? That's actually a good question. You know, one of the things that we're going to do, so at 1,000 followers, we have a pick your reward. We have 2 rewards. One is a, I think that I can actually let you guys see now. Okay, yeah, we'll switch this. So the first, one reward, and we'll have the other reward at 2,000 followers, so don't worry. The first one is I have a motivational video for developers. It's meant to be funny. I don't know if you guys have ever seen Cheers to You, but it's supposed to be the developer version of Cheers to You. Should be pretty good. I put a lot of work into making some pretty original content there. That pays homage to that. The second reward that we can unlock is Linux from scratch. Basically, we want to roll our own Linux distribution and learn a lot of stuff doing it. Spontaneous Arch install. Maybe we could do something like that. Maybe we could do something like that. That's not a bad one, Apollo. We need some things like that. We need some rewards like that. There's your Twitch alerts. The Null Party, outcasts like him, extended a hand. Together, they conquered the darkness and forged a new legend. Fantastic. Fantastic. The AI is cooking. But our CSS is not cooking. Our CSS is not cooking. And why, I'm not sure. Why, I am not sure. I think the real thing we need to actually get into, this container. And right now, since it's a hardened container, we can't really do that. Not very well. So what we can do is we can go back to this. We can go back to this, right? And we can go back to Ubuntu 2204. What we do need to do here is install the certs, right? We can actually get rid of this run too, right? Can I do a multi-line? I have no idea how to. Especially with Vim on. We just multi-lined it. Easy. Easy. Hopefully you guys took a really long blink right then. So we'll cut this out, and then what we'll do is we'll install the certs here. I forget what it is. Ubuntu install certs. Let's see where I just want their root certificates. It's just this. Sweet. Well, I don't even know what AI this is. We didn't sign in with anything. Is it using like Cody? That is what we wanted though. Okay, so. You know what I just did? I just leaked the secret again. Freaking! Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go delete this secret, update it again. Then I'm gonna make a cup of coffee as soon as I'm done. Because... Give me a second. You guys want any other life lessons out there about secret leaking? I have them. Don't leak your secrets. It sucks. Yeah. thankfully, I just did that. So guess what? We're all done. All secrets fixed. Faster at it this time. Well, because I knew which secret it was. Okay. There we go. But I'm gonna go make a cup of coffee. I need a small break. Yeah, I need a small break. And then I'll be right back. I think WesTerm hides certain things like passwords. So I tried to get something in Vim to do it, and that's not working for me. The NeoVim config for that is not, it's not hiding anything for me. And this wasn't in NeoVim. Is there a WesTerm thing? Well, I would love if it did. I would love if it did. That would be amazing. Anyways, I'm gonna go take a quick break. I'll be right back. Oh, one cool. Oh, one cool. Thank you for that follow. Thank you for that follow. I'll be right back in just a second. I'm gonna make a cup of coffee. It takes about 10 minutes. I'll be right back, and I'll see you guys. I'm back. Sorry, I think that was... Oh, I should have run an ad because now it's going to do the mandatory ad. I mean, we still have like 13 minutes till then. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't even think about that. Well, step one, learn to drink properly. Thanks everybody that stuck through that intermission. Did you guys know it's my birthday today? I know you're gonna be like, but Merrick, you said it was your daughter's birthday yesterday. And that is true. Our birthdays are back to back. And let me tell you, if you're wanting to learn how to make your very pregnant wife angry very quickly, I have a tip for you. When she's in labor and you're like, honey, it's just 4 hours till my birthday. Could you hold on a little bit? That doesn't go over very well. It doesn't go over very well at all. Just to let you know. You might get slapped very, very hard. I thought it was supposed to like lighten the mood. Haha, joke. No, it did not go over well at all. Not well at all. So, learn from my mistakes. Oh, we just did this. And I was going to rebuild the Docker container, and then I leaked my secrets again. I'm going to just... 1 second. I don't want to leak it again. Not again. Honestly, you're somewhat correct there. There's a point when somebody is in enough pain, there is no winning. No matter what you say, there's just no winning. When somebody's been uncomfortable for the last month and seriously uncomfortable for the last like 3 or 4 days and lack of sleep, there is no winning. Whatever you say, you might have the best intent. There's no winning. 1 second. Let me just make sure that I don't leak something here. And they're probably not, at that point, up for a joke, even if your intent is to lighten the mood. Oh, it hurt. It hurt. It was also in front of, like, some other people. So it hurt physically and emotionally. I was scarred from that. RDJ Power. How did I learn to program? Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. I am alive and still married. Somehow. I taught myself, but I can't take full credit for me learning to program. There's a couple people who did a lot, who did quite a bit, and I owe a lot to, especially at my first job. 1 second. I don't trust this. There we go. I was doing a search and there's a command in my history at this point that I have to go delete from my history. That would just leak my secret again. So, you know, one of the things that helped me learn was the people around me, for sure. That was... Is the music a little loud for you all? I'm gonna turn it down. It seems like it is a little loud. Hopefully that's better. So I learned a lot from the people around me. The people around me taught me quite a bit. And they were gracious enough to help me. I also just worked really hard to learn. I put a lot of work into it. I still put a lot of work into it. All right. We can do like an exec now, because what we're struggling with is, for some reason, we're not getting any CSS, right? Yeah, no CSS is getting through. Which means... I'm not sure what it means. Everything looks to be configured properly. Wait, we need to get the pods. Get pods dash in Twitch. Haven't done this for a little while, so let's see how this goes. Let's see. It's K exec. Not that. .it here bin bash. Okay. We need to do this, and then what we need to do is dash in Twitch alerts. Boom. All right. So now we can start to look through how things are going. I mean, the one thing that we can check again is varlib Twitch alerts. Oh, this is interesting, because this is wrong, correct? This is wrong. We hear, let's see. Yeah. Varlib Twitch alerts assets. There should be an assets, but I don't see an assets, do I? Let's see. Docker file. Didn't we check this? Max Dev Mastery. No, don't look. There are stupid questions, but sometimes we don't even know that they're stupid or silly until we ask them and get some feedback. So don't hesitate to ask. I'm trying to figure out how to set up a CI/CD with a simple Docker image, but use different environment variables on different environments. Right now, I'm looking at having 4 environments: dev, test, stage, and prod. Any ideas on how I can make this work? Absolutely. So For React, it's pretty common to use a .env file. So you can go here and look up what is a .env file. I think that store key value pairs in a format decided on a simple bash file that is supported environment variables. So you can look this up. Basically, it's just a .env file that's at the base of your project, and this can work really nicely with React. I believe it's a pretty common pattern. Now, when you're talking about different environments, and the .env is going to be kind of locally there, you can either have different .envs for your different environments, or you can start looking, especially if you're talking about a container with Docker, you can start looking at Compose to start handling some of these things for you. Compose would be one way to start handling the different environments that you have. Yeah, so that's probably the big generic overview. If you start having more specific questions, there's a lot of different ways to store those. Yeah, but yeah, that's maybe a good starting path. So one thing that you can look at, if you're looking at like GitHub Actions, one thing that you can do that's pretty cool here is you can go to your settings, you can go to secrets and variables, and you can go to actions. And then what you can actually do is environments. That's what you can create. Environment, my environment. Let's just call this prod. And you can add environment secrets to this. And what you're allowed to do there then is basically have some I actually use these as like variables. So for your configuration, if you want to pull in different configurations for different ones, use the environment secrets, because it's going to depend on which environment you build for. Now, if you're not using GitHub Actions, Jenkins has their own way of doing this specific thing as well, and there's different ways that you can do this. Now, there's also other things with environments that you can do, like protection laws, rules around these protection rules around these environment secrets. But yeah, you can use these environment variables, and it basically lets you configure it different ways without changing the thing that runs. It's just which environment you're building for. So this is another great place to get started if you're using GitHub Actions. Again, if you're using a different build system, there's different ways of doing it. I don't know all of them, but that's another great way of managing that. There's also, if you're talking about like microservice application architecture, there's different ways to store those environment variables. How I like doing it for production is effectively doing it. What was I going to say? Oh, effectively, I like to store them in Git and use GitOps to synchronize them. Yeah. Is that a problem? Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. There's an ad break. I'll get back to that in just a second. So why did this not work? Why did this not work? We have an ad break, so I'm just waiting to answer. Because you have VS Code installed? This isn't VS Code. This is not VS Code. By the way, I use Arch. By the way, I'm using Zed today. On Arch. It's actually, so far, no configuration. I'm using it raw as it comes out of Arch, package management, with the only bit of configuration, the text size, so you guys can read it, and I enabled Vim, and it's doing very well. Best Vim integration so far. Max Dev Mastery, I have a question for you. When you build your React app, what are you doing? When you build your React app and you build it into a container, what are you doing? I think there's maybe a disconnect here. And I'm trying to help you think about it. What are you doing? Yes. All right. Next thing. If you want to take your command line tool to the next level, don't say, did you mean this? Say, did you mean this? Yes or no? And just let me hit yes and run that. Because this just mocks me. Right. My point, Max Dev Mastery, is that when you're doing an NPM build on a React, you're building static files. So by default, yes, everything has to be in that container, right? Because nothing there runs itself. It has to go to the browser, and it has to be copied to the browser, and it has to run there, right? React is that client crap. So if you have a secret It shouldn't be there because it's by definition going to the front end. Now, if you're talking about how it's configured, well, that's kind of the problem with the game that you're playing. You're going to need different containers because you're putting static assets in containers, and those static assets have to be different because they are just delivered to the front end. You're going to use a content delivery service or something like that. Imagine a CLI tool that points out how stupid somebody is by the number of typos. I'd be a contender for the top of the list. I'd be a contender for rank one. But max dev mastery, remember, those have to be delivered to the front end. Those have to be compiled in. So if you're making a container out of those things, you have to have a different container for each environment, right? Because they're going to be configured to go to different places, either hit different backends or different whatnots, right? So unfortunately, you're struggling against the Now, what you could do, and I'm not saying you should do this, is you could make like a discovery endpoint in the back end that then configures the front end dynamically, but I wouldn't suggest doing this. You're just going to make a container for each environment. 100%. Because your container is just static assets. That's what you're doing. I don't know if that makes sense. But .NET apps, you're talking about the back-end dev mastery. Really, right? You're not talking about the static things compiled for the front end that run on the browser. I'm obviously not explaining this well. Let me think about it and I'll try to circle back. Because there's a massive difference between your back-end applications and your static files that you're serving. Everyone that's followed recently, I'm sorry that the Twitch alerts aren't working. Max Dev Mastery, I don't know of a better solution myself. I'm so sorry for all of you who have not gotten custom follow alerts, haven't gotten callouts. This is purely on me. I'm having an idea that this is the wrong version. What version? Not that. 134. I don't understand what's going on. So this is version 134. This is 134. If we go here and we var lib, oh my freaking goodness, I know what's going on. I'm sorry. I had to think about it for just a second because sometimes I'm like that. So if we look at this as Twitch alerts here, we can see that we have assets in this container. But check this out. If we do the same thing, instead of Docker though, we go and look at the thing that's running in Kubernetes right now. And we do ls var lib Twitch alerts. Bada bang. It's not there. Now you might be wondering, why isn't it not there? Why? Well, my friends. It's getting overwritten. It's getting stomped on. Let's see. So we have this that does the varlib db migrations. Which are here, right? Yeah. Okay, so we're on a track. We're on a track. We're on the right track here. What we need is for this to progress or stay around. So I think maybe the best bet we have here is instead of putting this in Twitch alerts where it feels right, feel right, but it's wrong. You know those times when something feels right, but it's just wrong? That's one of these cases. We're gonna put it in should we just do it in assets? I think we might just do it in assets. That also means that we need to go here and update this to just assets. Yeah. We've got it. We're almost cooking. Now what do we do? We just have to redeploy everything, right? Do we need... No, we need to rebuild the container. One second. I'm super freaking out about leaking my key one more time. I can't take it. I need it to be back far enough in history that my search command won't pick it up. I'll go out and delete it from history in a little bit, but what a day. What a day. I have some good news on the database front. We have a path forward for the database. And I think it's a good one. I'm excited about it. I know I was thinking this weekend we would start with swarm clustering. We're not starting with swarm clustering until next week. So we'll start swarm clustering next week. So sorry about that. I'm a little behind. I have had so much work to do on this house to get it ready to sell. I meant to be done last week, and I'm going to be done hopefully next weekend. I'll be done. So I'm still putting like 3 hours a day of work into my house. Plus on the weekends. Today, after stream, when I get off, I'm taking all the doors off their hinges, taking them outside to sand and paint them. Yeah. It's a lot of work. All right, we got that. 1 second. Cone of silence. I'm so sorry for so much cone of silence. We're good though. We're good. And then this has already been, let's update this. You know, honestly, I would delete VS Code right now because of how good this is. The only reason I cannot delete VS Code right now is VS Code is the only thing that supports all of the AIs. And since we have the AI games coming up, I need VS Code. It's just something I need. I can't not have VS Code. Sadly. I would 100% at this point, with this as good as it is, and Vim as comfortable as I've gotten with it, I don't need VS Code anymore. This is Zed. It just came to Linux. Arch supports it right out of the box, and it's actually pretty awesome. It's actually pretty awesome. Now, I've noticed Rust works with it right out of the box, but there's something wrong with the language server. And I think part of that is I haven't actually set this up as a project. I just opened it up as a folder, so I don't know if that might be it. So it's language server support for this. And this isn't a particularly easy one because it's actually, you know, quite a few. This is actually like a workspace. So I might have given it a pretty big challenge right off the top of the bat. Right off the top of the bat. That's not the right saying. I don't know the right saying, but I might have given it a bit more than it could chew right off the top. I'm confusing words at this point, but so far it's been pretty fantastic. Pretty fantastic. Uninstall it and use it in a container. We could do that. We could do that. Monta, you can install anything through Nix, including Windows. I'm sure of it. You just have to try hard enough. I think I missed one thing in here. Let's jump back over to the deployment. Yeah, this is just assets now, right? Oh, no. This is our problem. This right here is our problem, is we mount the Twitch alerts because this is how we share the Lightstream database. This was my big mistake right here. Just huge facepalm. Huge facepalm. Oh no, we did update this front-end assets to just assets. Okay, beautiful. This was like the big thing that we were just stomping on that directory, just stomped on it unceremoniously. All right, let's see. Are we ready? Empty cache and hard refresh. We have CSS. Okay, I realize you guys are looking at this and you're like, this is having CSS. Look, we got it barely working when we got it deployed, okay? So give me a little bit of a break. Watch this. Okay, so this is the actual Twitch alerts. Monta, I'm going to ask you a big favor. Unfollow and then follow again. If you just do it for me. We should see it come up here. We should. Look at that. Done. Monta followed. Beautiful. Now, I need to figure out Max Dev Mastery. In the shadow of a forgotten temple, Max Dev Mastery's arcane power clashed with the null power dark sorcery, uniting under a common goal. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Okay. So, the last thing is, I need to hard refresh the alerts here because they're not coming through here. Refresh cache of current page. Let's try that. You lose all your points when you do that? Oh no! It's a travesty. If only I had rewards. Channel point reward. If only. If only that was 20. Oh, I'm so sorry, Monta. I did not know that. I'm so sorry. Can I grant channel points? Well, you know, we're going to have something for you to, in the future, the goal is that you should be able to use channel points for something. And I love the idea of making it challenges where I have to do something and we're practicing something and we're learning like that. I love that idea. I love that idea. So we're going to definitely have to set some of those up. Okay. Awesome. 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 Let me... Well, I'm super happy about that. Our rewrite in HTMX. So this is HTMX now, which we also added this. We added this admin panel because it shows me the last ones. And the cool thing is I can actually now stop the queue so new alerts don't come through. So if we're recording a video, you know how sometimes I do the live video recordings, we can go ahead and stop them and it actually highlights it in red. So my goal is to have this up in the other side, but I can also see like the last people that have the latest events. So I can, you know, go back and review them. But I can also pause it. Oh, it is paused right now. So look at this. Look at this. In the midst of chaos, this hasn't gone. It hasn't gone through yet, which is so cool because I paused it, proving that even the strangest allies can achieve joy. Okay. I don't know which one it's calling strange. Thanks for, let's go ahead and start the queue. And look at that. You get the little, oh, that is way too small to read. Oh my goodness, that is way too small to read. Oh my goodness. We gotta fix that. That was horrific. That was little. I know the problem. All right, well, this is super cool because there's a sound that plays when the alert goes off, and we wanted to be able to pause it when we were recording videos. Now, we need to fix this, the little itty bitty part, and I know what the problem is. I mean, it's because I'm dented. If you look at the code, I was doing it in this big of a screen, and so I had it just cover this portion right here. And so that's all it's doing up there as well. So I guess I could make it bigger like this. But it should really just be full screen is what it needs to be. instead of doing what I was doing. There, it's fixed for now, but we need to update the CSS to make it just take up the full height. Whatever the max height is, it should just take up that 100%. That's my bad. Also, the Polka Warlord. Thanks for following. We're getting dangerously close to our 1,000 follower reward. Dangerously close. Max Dev Mastery, thanks for joining. You wouldn't bet against me. All right. Well, cool. Okay, so I've been thinking long and hard about where we go with the database next. And, you know, part of me says, well, if I was doing this for real, I probably would have started, I probably wouldn't have picked, Raft. But I think that I think that thinking was wrong, because we've always done this as an educational thing. And I think that Raft was a really good place to start with what consensus means. And I think it's actually a really good lesson on what's next with consensus, like where Raft then falls short. And I think that maybe this is going to be the next step. We're going to have to break down Raft and say, okay, we want to have multiple replica sets. What we end up with might be really close to Paxos in the end, but I don't care. What we're going to do is we're going to do multi-Raft. We're going to do it right. The first step in doing that is updating Raft as we have it to be a little bit more testable so that we can run through scenarios, because we need that. We need to have a good set of test scenarios, because as we go, we're going to want to prove that we can still hit consensus under those scenarios. So that's what we're going to do. Hopefully that's good. Oh, to get Monta all the points back? Okay, yeah. I feel really bad about that, Monta. I didn't realize that could happen. I also don't think I see a way to give a user channel points back. I can mod you, but I can't give you channel points back. We're going to make it Flotilla. I love that. We're 100% going to Flotilla. We're going to do Flotilla. I love it. I love it. I love it. Thank you, Russell. But I mean, so when I was thinking about it, I got into the realization that I was overthinking it. I wanted it to be too like, oh, if we were doing this for real. And the thing is, we've never been doing this for real. We've always been doing this as a learning experience, right? Like that's always been the goal. It's always been the idea. And I think taking what we have with Raft and figuring out how to deal with the different things is actually really great. And if we end up close to Paxos, we end up close to Paxos. Like that's fine. No, Monta, you meant it like that. I get it. Touche. Touche, you got me. Yep, it's going to take ages. Like, I feel bad, but like, you know, I do work full time, and I spare my spare time. This is what I do with it. So, like, I honestly don't get a whole lot of time, and I spend some of that time experimenting and learning other things. So, like, I'm not always getting to it. So I do take ages, and I'm sorry. I feel bad about that. I do take ages. I'm sorry. I would try. I can't tell you that I could get more time to do this. So no, it was good. It was a good one, Monta. You will have your channel points back by the time the challenges come in. Never fear. You know, sometimes I just channel Canadian. It's fine. I'm sorry, Canadians. I give you a bad name. Okay, so we're good here. Let's start updating the null.db, because now what I'd really like to do is get our current raft more testable, because we want to have scenarios, and we want to be able to run them through scenarios and test those scenarios and validate that that's what happens. Because inevitably, how we're going to move forward, we're going to break scenarios, and we're going to break scenarios on purpose. Like, scenarios aren't going to be valid anymore, because like the heartbeats aren't going to work the same way. And so if we've tested a certain scenario that relies on heartbeat, that should actually break, but this should be good. You know what? I can't even remove channel points. I need to learn how to Twitch better. I for fun I timed somebody out for fun, and then it deleted all their messages, and I felt bad. I meant it as a joke. I was just gonna untime out them, and then it just deleted all their messages that they had posted, and I felt bad. I meant for it to be funny, and then it wasn't. Just spending your points. I'll work on channel points at some point. All right, let's open. Oh no. All right, well, I did something I didn't mean to. Good. Zed's not like dumping some like dot idea folder in here. It doesn't look like it. Beautiful. All right, so let's this is just me being me. That I committed that to, which is even worse. While we're at it, let's just delete the idea as well. All right. Let's go back to here, and then we can look up the null.db, and we can start doing what we need to. All right. Let's see. It's this. Yeah. Okay. So what we need to do is jump over here. Null database. Boom. Oh, that's actually probably true. We probably want to open a new project. Code. Where was this? Null DB. We want to open this. There we go. And get rid of this. All right. What we really want to do here is get status. How do we have changes already? We didn't make any changes. Okay, cool. So Future Highway made some small changes that were really fantastic. He cleaned up quite a bit of stuff. Super appreciate that. Now what we need to do. Hey, people are using the people are using the emotes. That's a fantastic. So each AI games, we have a new emote, and yours is the that last one is the salute with the Mockingjay salute with 7 fingers. It's pretty fantastic. Made that myself. Yep. All followers get access. I need to make... So, I'm working on the summer AI games, and I realized that I wanted to do it at the beginning of August, and it's not going to happen because I'm working on my house, and I haven't gotten the time to get everything in place for it. So it's going to probably be end of August at this point. But with that, there is going to be an emoji for subscribers. Now, there's going to be a new one for followers too, so don't worry. I've just been trying to come up with some ways to reward subscribers, and I'm not asking you to subscribe. I'm not trying to trick you into it either. I know that all of our hard-earned money is hard-earned money, and I have done quite well, so I'm not trying to. But I am trying to reward those people that have gone above and beyond to support me. So there's going to be a special one just for you all that are subscribers, as a thank you. As a thank you, not to try to get other people to subscribe. Like I said, I'm trying to help people, not take their money. I hate this font. This font is hard to read. Can we change it? That did not work. Oh, it needed to be in string. Okay. All right, better. That's UI. Oh, buffer font size. Okay, so I'm gonna guess that this is buffer font family. Fantastic. Hack. Fantastic. Right. Oh, now that look at those curly braces. That just is so much better than what we had. Oh. Okay. Fantastic. Oh, Monta, please get off that mobile data. Thank you so much for joining. Have yourself a fantastic weekend. All right. What are we going to do? Okay, so we have got to make Raft testable, which is going to be a feat. So the big ones that we have is candidate, follower, and leader. These aren't really testable. I mean, this is literally just spinning up the gRPC server. This is just the network. This is testable, but through like integration tests. Not I think that mocking this would be counterproductive. These though, I think is where we have a lot to gain the easiest. Which one's going to be easiest to start with? I think the follower. So the big thing here that we want to change. The big thing we need to change here is this, right? Yeah. So this has the network. We have this raft event. And this raft event has a one shot, right? Or can have a one shot. Is this maybe testable as is? Is this big enough? Is the font big enough in this? I think that my Vim was a little bit bigger. I feel like this was a little bit bigger. Do you all want me to make this a little bit bigger? Yeah, it was a little bit bigger. Let me go update that to be a little bit bigger. Can we put this on the right-hand side? Let's see. Can I put it over here? Can I do that? It doesn't look like it. What are these options? Well, I'd love this on the right side. But, sorry, I got sidetracked. I was going to make this a little bit bigger. Yeah, that's a little bit better for you all. All right. So this one shot is fine because we can control the other end of this. We can expect a message back. We can whatnot. But that's not our whole issue, right? Because if we go back here, the on message is only checked on tick, right? So let's see, it's not called here at all. And that's because, hey, our Twitch alerts! Core function initiated. A powerful Warforged sought allies. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the party. Look at that. Twitch alerts working as intended. You don't know. It's been weeks that they've been broken. Literal weeks that they've been broken. And I'm sorry. So that on message is run here on this run tick. So basically we have a big state machine that every 25 milliseconds, it does two things. It runs whatever the state wants to run, and it progresses to the next state if there is another state. And so the big problem with testing this is it all has to do with timing, and we're gonna have to fake that out, right? Because we have all of this network that we do first before we can process that. So if we want to test these on messages and how they interact with the system, we need it to be more deterministic, right? Because right now, what we'd have to do is we'd have to get this start running. Then we'd have to send it a message. But the problem with that is that there's timing involved here, because we're going to have an on message. We're going to have this run tick, and this run tick is going to try to get a message. And if it gets a message, it's going to do something with it. But that depends on the state. Core functions, by the way, thank you so much for the follow. I'm super excited that we have Twitch alerts. They need updated a little bit. The CSS is not on point. It's not on point, but it's close. It's getting there. We can update it from here. All right, so how are we going to test this? Well, maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Let's not run all of this stuff, right? So what if we create a follower and we don't do this and we just call on message ourselves with a pre-crafted event and log? What did it say for searching this? Search symbols. G Shift S. Can I search for this symbol? G Shift S. That didn't seem to do what I thought it was going to do. That also didn't do what I thought it was going to do. So maybe they meant actual, like the letter G. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. That did not do. I don't know what G is in this case. Oh, okay. So search symbols is like searching through the whole project for that struct, not this one specifically. Okay, I got it. I want to search for this this specifically. I want to search for log. I mean, I can just do log. That's a little less eloquent than I was looking for, but wait, do we have a bug here? Follower. Oh, no. This is correct. Append entries comes from the main one, and we got to append it to ours. Okay. Yeah. Now, okay. This seems doable as it is. NullDB. There's no direct network calling. We give these replies and we send these replies on the one shot, but that's just a channel. So none of these, like, yeah, these are just one shots. One shot, one shot, one shot, one shot. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Do we need to make this a interface? Oh, I don't really want to do that now, do I? We don't really want to put in a whole log either, though. Do we want to re-impl everything in here? I think we've got to mock this out. Because what we really want to do here is we need to see on message, on the message append entries request, we need to have a couple ones of these to test these. So basically we need to implement our own log. This is going to make this inconvenient because we have a couple ways we could do this. We could box this because this will now be a interface. I always hate these in Rust. Oh, somebody asked me, do you still have fun writing Rust? Yeah, I do. Cat Muffin. Actually, one thing that we're going to do in a couple of weeks that's going to be fun is we're going to make some German strings. I think this is going to be a huge learning experience. This right here. I think this is going to be a huge learning experience and something cool to do in Rust, because I think that we're basically going to implement a string, but slightly different than the standard library does. And it's going to be really good understanding of how something like string stores stuff in memory. So I'm actually looking forward to it. Now, I'm not just doing this right away because I'm actually learning some stuff ahead of time. I'll learn a lot of it on stream, but I just want to make sure that I'm good and ready to go ahead and implement this. I definitely think that Rust, when you get to something like this, if you wanted to implement your own string representation, is more difficult. Something that's cool. Like Go wouldn't have this. You couldn't actually implement Go's strings. Go's language doesn't support the features you would need, which kind of sucks. This has been one of my complaints. You know, it has a lot of the stuff inherently, but if you wanted to make your own string, you couldn't do it. Whereas if we wanted to go and implement the standard library string, we could. Like, they don't use anything unique in the compiler where they're compiling the language. Like, anyways. Okay, so this kind of sucks. We're going to have to think about this, how we want to abstract the null DB away, this log. We could make this an enum, which usually feels better to me than an interface. We could make this an interface and pass a dynamic in. I think making the and this is basically an arc mutex, this data, just for clarity. I think having that interface is good. We're going to go with an interface, even though, and I've said this so many times, every single time I do an interface in Rust, I regret it. And I think it's a problem. I just don't understand it well enough. So I keep trying. 100% I keep trying. What we're going to do is we're just going to go here and we're going to, for each one of these, we're going to, we're gonna make a trait for each one of these, an interface. Okay, I use interface for people that aren't familiar with Rust. They're traits. They're effectively an interface in every other language. So, I try to use common language. Yeah. So I think what we're going to do is we're just going to yank each one of these public functions off of this. And that's what we're going to start with as our interface. Or trait. It is technically a trait. And technically, it's unique compared to other languages. But every language's interface is unique compared to other ones. Wait. Was create next segment file not public? It was not, so we do not need it. We're only copying public things. Get main log. Get main log feels like it shouldn't be public. Yeah. Feels wrong. Rocker boo. You wouldn't do it on new because each trait implementation would. Oh, good point. New also shouldn't be. Sorry, I was just copying stuff, trying to get it up here. But you're absolutely right. New would not be one either, because that's creating a concrete implementation. 100%. Okay. Wait. What was the last thing that I just did? Delete record. All right. Get latest record from disk. Okay. This actually might help us clean some of this up as well, because some of these might not be needed. Get value for key. I have a feeling like some of these shouldn't be public. My feeling is some of them are public because of compaction, and maybe we need to update compaction a little bit. Bone Cracker ZX on YouTube. Welcome. And I'm sorry if I don't get to your message as fast on YouTube. I don't check it as much. My apologies. Yeah, I try Bone Cracker. I do try. Like I see it. But hello. Sorry if it takes me a little while. Sometimes it just takes me a little while to get to Twitch anyways, especially if I'm really thinking. I don't get to chat very because it's hard to think and type and code at the same time. Let me tell ya. All right, write value to log. We're getting down here now. One second. We'll just delete this. I'm gonna come clean these up afterwards. Don't worry. I know. They're a disaster right now. I'm just trying to collect all of them. All right, write value to log. Is this for console or PC? You know what? I'd like to say that this database is cross-console support. I'm going to support every console, I think. I don't think that PlayStation is going to give me their code so that I can make this work on the PlayStation. But I'll make it work on any console that is free for me to make it work on. Yeah, for sure. The NullDB. So this is not a game, Bonecracker. I do this for educational purposes. We create a database. This is updating that database. We also did Twitch alerts. We just finished up the Twitch alerts, and we're just updating this a little bit. I actually have to go get painting my house very shortly, so I don't have a whole lot of time. But this is an educational database. We make YouTube videos. Yeah, this will be supported on the Steam Deck. NullDB 100% works on the Steam Deck. If you go to HTTPS youtube.com/@NullLabs, you can go check that out. That's my main YouTube channel where I make long form content. There's a playlist there about databases. We do it all live first, and then I make the long form content. I have a new one that I'm working on that's in the process of compiling all the script and everything for file formats, and we're going to be doing another one on consensus pretty much right after that. Right now, we're cleaning up the consensus code. We got consensus working, but we're trying to get it cleaned up. So yeah, that's what we're doing here. All right. Everything should be private unless if it needs to be public. 100% Apollo. That's what I like as well. This is what we're looking for. Well, thank you. I try, Bonecracker, to make things as easy to come get into as possible. I do honestly try. It's hard because everybody that joins the channel joins at a different level of understanding. And so some of my stuff is very beginner friendly, some of it's not. I would say this database stuff is less friendly than some things, for sure. It digs into distributed computing, which can be quite a bit for people. I have other stuff that's like introductions to Kubernetes and other things. So yeah. And then, you know, also like earlier today, I mean, we made Twitch alert stuff. That's not really educational. That's just me trying to have Twitch alerts, right? Yeah. All right, last two, and then we're done. All right, we accidentally did log entries twice because we're cool like that. Okay, so if you're new to programming, I'm going to highly recommend you probably don't start with Rust. Not that you can't. You can if you want, 100%, and it's fine. It's fine. It's like starting with C++ though. That's what I did. I don't know that it's necessarily the best choice. Not that you can't do it. Do you want to do it? I don't know. I don't know. I think that there could be easier ways to learn. Rust is a fantastic language, but I do think it helps if you have a really good, firm understanding of memory management, how the heap and stack work. Like, there's a lot of good basic understanding that is really powerful if you understand it before you get, you know, kicking on Rust. Hungry Hippo, welcome. My coworker decided to learn to program and started with assembly. That worked out well. That worked out about as well as you could think. You know what? So this is my thing. You want to learn the fundamentals. And I actually think that you want to learn the fundamentals of assembly. We're going to do a little assembly program because it actually helps you learn how a computer thinks. But I'm going to take this, like, I've had many children, and you know, I didn't start out using Arch. I mean, that's how I had children. You know, the thing that you want to do is when your children learns to speak, they don't learn what an adverb is first. They don't learn what an adjective is. They don't learn these deeper things. They start very simple. They start with, hey, let's learn what this word does. Okay, so you know what a simple thing is? Find a simple language. I'm going to say like Python. That's actually Python. And learn what flow control is. What are if statements? What are for loops? What are loops in general? Learn that. Now you can move on. Let's learn about memory. You know, take it piece by piece. And the thing that you have to do is you never stop learning. Just because you took Python and learned flow control doesn't mean that you can just stop learning and not learn how memory actually works. Because if you never do learn how memory actually works, if you never learn what a statically typed language brings to the table, you're actually hampering yourself. And I don't want that. I don't want that. Learn how to test. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Learning how to test is one that should be up there. But yeah. So those are like some good, like, you know, Rust, assembly, all of those kind of throw you in the deep end. Not saying you can't do it. I learned to program on C++. That's kind of the deep end. It's harder though. It's more frustrating. You don't get to a working solution nearly as fast. Whereas you can take something like C# or whatnot, and you can kind of be off and running kind of quickly. All right. This is quite a bit. I have a feeling I have a feeling that our compaction has too much or needs too much from our log. That's the other thing that we have to solve. We have to solve compaction for the Raft protocol. Do we do that first? Do we do that first before we try to do multi-raft or flotilla? Do we solve compaction? Do we do LSM trees? Oh, do we do LSM trees first, then solve compaction, then solve flotilla? Thank you so much for that follow. There's your custom follow message. It's a little not perfect yet. I'm telling you, the programmer that programmed my custom follow AI generation is a little dented. He's not the best. No, not LLM tree. Thank you, Russell, for trolling me. Merge trees. Log structured merge trees. LSM trees. These have nothing to do with AIs. I caught that one. Usually I don't get when you're trolling me. It's LSM trees. So basically before now, we have a really dumb compaction. And this is like a really smart compaction. So this is just a smarter compaction that allows us to merge things better. Thank you so much for those follows. Hungry Hippo. Jamircha. I'm just gonna go with that. Thanks for the follow. All right. I'm getting better. Russell. I think it's more that when you say something, Russell, I think I'm like, is this comment helpful? If it's not helpful, did he honestly misunderstand? Probably not. Have I ever messed with Gport? I don't know what Gport is. I don't think so. It sounds like a Google thing. Yeah, 50-50. It's a guess. I got this one because it was related to AI, and I know how you feel about those topics, so I got it. Gportal. Oh, like a game server hosting? No. I do run a Minecraft server for my kids. That actually runs on the null cloud. I didn't think about that. We run a Minecraft server and a Pal World server. They enjoy both of those games. I see. Bone Cracker, I do most things the hardest way, which is not having somebody else. All right. Okay, so I have a feeling that this is over what we need for the trait. But it's probably a good start. If people are interested in seeing that, I don't know that people are super interested in seeing that. If it's just hosting, I mean, it would just like, it's just like clicking run, right? I mean, like that's all it should. Like I should be able to just click one of these. Like it's not much to see, right? Like if they've done it right, we should just go to let's go to Now I can't think of the name of the game that I have for my kids. The blocky game. Why am I blanking on it? Minecraft. It's mine, not mind. Minecraft. So like you should be able to just like order seems weird. But yeah, you the word order. Yeah, you should just be able to click it and have like a username and password for it. Like it should be like super simple like that. $10 for 30 days, it seems also super cheap. My goodness. My goodness. There's not much to see there. Like, I don't know. Minecraft missed opportunity. Oh. The blocky game. That's all I could think of. I was like, it's the game with blocks. So there's... Let me see if I can't find the paper on this. So something people don't realize is this right here. That dyslexia actually can affect short-term memory. And actually, like, this is a known thing. They struggle to remember names. And like, I struggle very hard with names and faces. I cannot for the life of me. And we're talking my neighbor that is effectively family. Sometimes I'm like, I just cannot bring their name. It's not that I don't know who they are or anything like that. I cannot bring their name to it. And I had talked about Minecraft. And so like, that is easily, like, I had just talked about it. But then there are these hiccups that I cannot, I sit there and it's just like, I can't think of the name. I can't say that it doesn't affect me. It does. Because there's stuff like, what did I just call the function? Like sometimes I will write a function and then you'll see me go back to it because I'm like, I have no idea what it's called. I cannot remember that, even though it just happened 10 seconds ago. Actually, the fact that it happened 10 seconds ago probably hurts me more than anything else. Anyways, people don't realize that as effect of it. Anyways, just thought I'd, yeah, that's right. Bitflask, it's just excuses. And, you know, honestly, I don't make those. I was just letting you all know. Like, I don't tell my work about my problems. Like, I am an engineer, and hopefully I can do the job of an engineer. And, you know, they don't pay me to misspell things. So it's something I have to deal with. But it is something to be cognizant if you have a person that has severe dyslexia. Those things are very difficult. I'm not trying to be toxic. Yeah, it's just something people don't realize that comes along with it. Which sucks when you're just like, oh, I know your name. I know your name and I just can't say it. So I'll say stuff like, hey, dude. Why? Because I cannot, for the life of me, recall your name right now on the spot, period. Or for the next half hour. Ugh. It's the worst. Also, life tip. Don't say, hey, dude, to your wife when you're blanking on her name. Just say babe or something else that's not hey, dude. Because she might know that your default is hey, dude if you can't remember their name. Because, like, you just have this default reflectionary thing that you do. and then she'll know. That's the worst. Yeah. Like I said, life lesson. Another woman's name. Don't worry, Hungry Hippo. I forgot the other woman's name too. It's not that I get anything confused. I just can't recall the name at that point. It's not like I'm confusing names or things. I literally can't. And I actually have, like, just from growing up, like, if that happens, I fall back to hey dude. And so she knows that if I ever say hey dude, that happened. And it's only happened like once or twice. I promise. Okay, let's move on from that. But yeah, she knows me well enough that she knows what's happening if I say that. She's like, what's my name? And I'm like, oh, I know it. I just choose not to say it right now. That's how I go with it. Hello, person I live with. It's good to see you this morning. It's a thing. You know, people... I've only lived 14 years with you. Yeah, 14 years. 15 next year. Hopefully we will do something fun. I think I would like to go on a cruise, like to somewhere. I think going on a cruise to Europe would be fun. I don't know if I can afford that, but if I could, that would be a ton of fun. I would love to do that. Ben Flasky, you're assuming I could spell wife. I'd have to have spell check too. Only 15 if you get a haircut. I need to do that. I need to do that before I fix this house up and rejoin with her. Absolutely. Okay, so we have this trait now. Now we can pass this trait around instead. Which actually, let's actually just jump over here and do... What's the trait name? Database log. Okay, let's do that here. But we can't just do this, right? This is going to fail. We need to have like we need to do that. This, I think we don't have to box it because this is already putting this into an arc, which is going to put it onto the heap anyways. So I think we're fine here. Now, the thing is, I don't know if we actually have errors or not. Let's open it up over here. I think this will work, right? This should just work. This doesn't have any of the problems that we normally have with passing an interface, right? I don't know. Okay, so the only thing is here, how we pass and create this interface or trait is going to be the thing. Apollo. I want to do something that's kind of... Yeah, I don't know. I thought the cruise across the ocean would be fun. Because like, so my wife and I are pretty big introverts. And so like getting out to see islands is not the fun for us. The fun is like going on a cruise and not needing to worry about food or anything like that. And just hanging out and just being like, oh, do we just want to lay here and read a book? Well, that's all we're going to do. So the idea of just cruising to nowhere across the ocean is great. I mean, obviously we're going somewhere, but I mean like where we just have days where it's just like, no, we're just at the middle of sea. I would love that. Actually, one of the things that I would love to do is I would love to rename my Twitch channel to the Ocean Programmer. What I'd love, once my kids are out of the house, I want to sell the house, get a sailboat. I want to sell the house again. That sounds horrible. I want to get a sailboat and I want to sail around the world just once. That's what I'd love to do. Like going port to port to port and program, probably Starlink, I guess, in the middle of that. That would be a ton of fun. That's what I want to do. Yep. I think that would just be so relaxing. I love sailing. I wish boats weren't so expensive. Oh gosh, are they expensive? This doesn't build, does it? There's got to be more errors because we made a trait, right? Like, and we required that trait to be in that call. And I just can't, I was gonna say, I just can't believe that there's no errors in the project. This is one thing that I think maybe I need to like make it a project, or something. I need to look into this because the Rust language server for this isn't working how I would expect it to. That's one thing that I haven't gotten that. And this could be 100% configuration on my part. It's probably not a Zed thing. Like I said, I knew that it had to have errors, right? Oh, well, for one, oh gosh, why didn't it have this? I mean, these shouldn't be pub, right? I know there's probably a Vim macro I could be using or multi-line something. I don't know it in either of these. So the weird thing here is there is multi-line support in Zed, but I don't know how to do it while in Vim mode. Maybe if I went to insert mode. Yeah, I don't know how to do it. Yeah. Oh, really? I did not know 100 Rabbits did that. That would be amazing. That would be awesome. I wanted to do something like this. I wanted to do something like this. I wanted to set sail somewhere from the East Coast, and basically then sail down, around. I think as a small sailboat, you can go through the Panama Canal. I think that there's, I think that's a viable thing. I don't really want to sail all the way down. So if I can't, if that's not a possibility, what I would do then is go the other direction. But then what I would love to do is go up the coast here, and like go up to Anchorage. And then there's 2 ports down here that I can go to, and then hit Japan. And then there's a bunch of different places you could sail down around here. And then basically make my way around and up, and like sail up and through Europe and stuff, which would be amazing. Oh, cool. Cool. That would be awesome. I'll 100 rabbits. I'll go check them out. Thank you. This is what I was expecting. Yeah. Expected, not a concrete example. All right. No field. Okay. So this is actually really good. We learned a field that the current raft index we were using. We should either make that a function, or yeah. What was this in? I mean, I guess it's in follower. That's the only place we're using it, right? What was it again? Current raft index. All right, so let's just do this. Done. And done. Now, the other thing that we didn't do is we've got to move these into a new impl, right? Impl, what is, database log, database. Thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. All right, we'll just do this right now. And we're gonna have to copy and paste over, well, not copy, we'll delete and paste over. Right. Well, so the problem was it looked like it had started, but it also just stopped about halfway through. So I was going to have to piece together anyways what it was. And this way, also I'd have to check that it didn't like hallucinate things in the middle of it. So this way I get to like delete it out of this implementation and bring it up with each step. Like I feel like that feels better. Get path for file. So these two. New is its own thing. That's not public. Get main log. These are. So let's just go down. Public delete record, get latest record from disk. All of these are get value for key. For let's see. Let's keep going. I do need to delete all of these. Unnecessary visibility qualifier. This is easier. I can like go to next error. I don't know how to go to next error. Let's see. Z, go to next error. Oh. So basically, it's just VS Code, but it doesn't tell me what VS Codes is. What is go to next error in VS Code? What the? Oh. Ooh. The key maps folder? What folder are we talking about? Is there like a key maps? Or are you talking about in here? This is key bindings. It doesn't... I searched for error. There's nothing error. Is it not called next error? Go to next diagnostic, maybe? F8? Let's try F8. There we go. It's F8. It's F8. No one in chat uses VS Code. You guys are no help. I need at least one VS Coder out there, okay? One VS Coder to help me out here. It's all right. It's F8. It's F8. All right, and this is the new one that we just added, right? Cool. So this is actually working now. Not all trait items implemented, missing function. Get, all right. Of course, it's unnecessary. Okay, let's see. That's actually correct. Thank you, AI. You did your job. You did your job. Self.current raft index load. Beautiful. Okay, cool. Now, do we build? Oh gosh. Oh, we didn't fix this. That's my bad. So this goes to this log.get latest current raft index. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, we got that fixed. I'm still not getting all the errors for the project. Like I said, maybe this is configuration. I'll look a little bit more into it. I would love to see all of these in here. This is really just a simple one too. Like it's not a workspace. It's just one thing. So I feel like it's possible. I just haven't done it correctly. It's probably on me. Uh-oh. Did I get rid of a thing? Wait. Delete record. Delete record. Did we accidentally delete something? Uh-oh. It looks like we did. It looks like we deleted something. I guess we need to... This is no good. How did we do that? Was that just, that would have been just what? That'd just be a record, right? I don't know exact. Wait. This was doing what? Key. So that might have just been a string, just like the actual key. Do I have Berkeley Mono? No, I'm using Hack. There's Open Dyslexic. There's this, but I find that normal people have a hard time reading it. So it's, yeah. There is also a monospaced open dyslexic. There is an open dyslexic monospace, I believe. But yeah, it is what it is. Monospace for code is important. This is okay. I actually make it larger. This is another reason it's nice and large. This is not that much larger than what I would have it. That actually for me helps me more than anything. Also, line highlighting. It's really easy for me to get confused as to what line it is. So a lot of times that's why you'll see me highlight as I'm going. Mostly it helps my eyes stay online. So like if I'm reading this line, that's fine. So, you know, it's all about learning how you do what you do. Wait. You said it was on line 75. Oh, it is here. Oh, it is here. And it is here too. It is here too. The other thing is, like, it becomes really hard to change the font of everything. Like the Twitch chat. No, it doesn't need to be public, right? Because this is in the database log. This is in the interface, which all things in the trait are public, right? By default. Right? If we went here and did pub on this, it would error, right? Because it's going to say unnecessary visibility qualifier, right? It is already public because this is a implementation of a trait, and traits are public. Aren't sans serif fonts? Sans serif means they don't have the things. I think so. I mean, that's what this doesn't have. If it follows this and it's just not weighted. So for me, Hack is like this. Hack follows a lot of the same things. For me, I've enjoyed Hack. It's done fairly well. The other thing is it's fairly easy to tell L and I apart. You know, some are very difficult for me to tell a lowercase L and a lowercase I apart. The same for an O, a capital O, and a 0. All of these are very easy to tell apart for me, for the most part, which I appreciate. The other stuff comes, for me at least, comes with font size. Having it highlight the line that I'm on is super big for me. Another thing, I don't know. I love snake case. Snake case is the easiest case for me to read. Camel case and Pascal case are much more difficult for me to read than snake cases. I know that's an unpopular opinion, but these are much easier for me to read. All right, so I think the reason here is this is not the trait. Right? So if you're looking at file, if you're looking at this candidate doesn't have the trait being passed in, right? Where's the error? There's no errors in here. You know what? Maybe if we just write something really quickly, it will pull up the error. It's not pulling up the error. 135. That's not even what? Oh. Yeah. Because this isn't getting the trait, okay? Interesting, because this is getting past the null DB. So even though this implements the trait, this is where I don't know traits nearly well enough. Let me Rust book. Because we didn't pass the trait, it's pretending like it's not implemented, right? Which is weird. let me see here. I know it's of NullDB, but the NullDB implements that trait. Right, Rocker Boo. It should, but can you not use the things in the trait if you don't pass it as a dynamic of the trait? I guess that's my thing, right? Because we know that this has those things, but do you have to pass the trait? Like I said, I always avoid traits in Rust. No other language do you have to do that, right? If you pass the concrete thing, you can use the things on the trait. But Rust is saying that if you pass the concrete thing, you can't use the things on the trait, right? Is that what it's saying? So the things behind the trait are locked behind the trait. Oh, wait. Import the trait. Oh. Maybe that's the thing. We just need to import the trait. Okay. This is the file compactor. Okay. I think. Okay. That makes sense then. So it's not locked behind it. You just have to import the trait for it to realize that that thing implements the trait. That seems a little weird, right? Because this says that it implements it, right? So I feel like when I import data NullDB, I should import the trait that it implements. Maybe there's a good reason not to do that. I don't know. I guess that leaves it so that you can implement your own traits, probably, is what it's doing. Okay. I get it. Hey, Future Highway. It's good to see you. Kevin 00404. I didn't see your thing. I think the audio's not working for some reason, so I didn't hear it. But thanks for following. I'm super excited about this, by the way. Look at this. Here's all the latest ones, just right here. We don't have to go look up logs. We can pause it. I love our new dashboard. This is like getting close to a point where it's usable for other people. Obviously, this needs some CSS, a little bit more CSS. I wanted bits to play a TTS so we could like play the next TTS right from here. I thought that's fantastic. We need to get that working. But everything's getting in place. Okay, so yes, we need a better theme. All right, what do we do about the compactor? I'm feeling that we just delete it right now. The problem is compaction doesn't work with our consensus currently. And we need to make this merge trees. There's a lot of work in here. Let's see if we can't fix this by doing something like this. Where's our import up here? Let's import. Let's do. database log, was it? Yeah, database log. Okay, let's just do that. I think that will clear up a lot of that. I think that will clear. Yeah, that did clear up a lot of that. All right, now we have something in main. Oh, really, Apollo? I might actually take you up on that. A nice little theme would be nice, especially one that doesn't flashbang everybody. You know, most likely I'll have this up on a different screen, but you know, I prefer. I mean, it's cool. People are gonna see it. So, also, the other thing that I'd like to do in the next coming weeks is get it to where other people could run it if they wanted to. Right now, it's kind of like tribal knowledge that you would need to know, which isn't great. So I'm going to work a little bit, probably off stream, to get that set up that way. So if other people wanted to, another thing that we have to do is we have to like make it configuration for, you know, like what the prompts are. Right now it's like D&D, but really those prompts should be configurable. Yeah. 146. 146 right here. Delete record. Why isn't delete record? What are we in? What are we in? Oh, this is just importing the thing again, right? All right, done. Leader has the same issue. So this is what I was wondering, and I can't do this, which kind of sucks. All right, Future Highway, this is good that you're here. I wanted to, I made this, the nullDB implement a trait. All right, so that the trait, so basically that we could mock this out. If we're going to actually test this, we have to have a fake database log, which it sounds a little gross to me, because we're just basically mocking out everything. But there's no better way of doing, like, I don't have a better way of doing this to test our consensus, because our consensus actually requires access to the file. So I don't have a better way at this point. So this is how we're going forward. So I made this trait, and I made this, I updated this to be a data of dynamic database log. And this data is basically an arc mutex, right? But I can't pass it like this, can I? Am I gonna have to box it as well? I feel like it shouldn't need to be boxed since it's already part of an arc mutex. Right? And then Oh, maybe doing it with the generic? Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, let's do that. Let's try that. Let's try that. Instead of this. Maybe that's where I go wrong all the time. I have done too many other languages. I feel like other languages, that's what you would do. And I think that maybe I just haven't learned to think in Rust traits quite properly. You're brilliant. You're brilliant. Okay. Yeah. No. I get it. I don't think this way. Because, right, I just think, oh, I'll just say that I'm passing the interface, and I'll pass something that implements that interface. But Rust doesn't quite work that way. This is good. This is good. Good ending point. Good ending point. Well, I tried to view... Look, Future Highway, I've just literally, in my entire career of Rust, I just avoid traits because every single time I trip up using them. And I literally just avoid using them. For worse, not better. And I don't love that. So anyways, this is where like I was like, I'm just going to use them. I keep trying to learn. Yeah. So the reason we're going with this is what I'm trying to do is make it so that we can test our raft consensus, where we can go through and do these things. And to do that, basically, unfortunately, every state requires both disk access and network access. So all of those have to be obfuscated. Now, the network access was pretty easy because we're already doing these one-shot, so they don't actually have network access. They actually just send their reply to the one-shot, which sends it to the networking thread. But the log was the one that we're going to have to mock out because we don't want to have to create a whole log just for this. And we really want the log to respond with specific things. Yeah, no one can spell or pronounce that. I'm also not going to say it. It's a word that starts with an M. Here, I'm going to say it for you guys. There we go. Did you guys get it? I can say it for you guys again. How'd that go? All right, cool. Now all we have to do is do this for the leader and the... let's see, on message. Polymorphism is easy to say. I don't know why monomorphation. I can't do it. I can say polymorphism. Easy. I can't say the other one. Don't ask me to try again. It hurts my soul. Hurts my soul. Not so much for Rust devs. The land of zero cost abstraction. I have a honest ad for Rust, which I'm having a lot of fun with. There's definitely a bit about, at this point, it hasn't been cut yet, but there's definitely a bit about zero cost abstractions. I can't say it because I find it hilarious. No, Dirk. Go developers just discovered it like a year ago because what they released was unusable for a while. And it was 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, right? Because it was in 1.18 that it was introduced and we're on 1.23. So yeah, it was like 2 years ago, and the first year doesn't count because it was unusable. So they've discovered it for about a year. All right. That being said, it's time for me to be done. I have to go work on my house. I got to take all the doors off the hinges, and I have to. You know what? Toggle's on. We're gonna raid Togglebit. Toggle's never on when I'm streaming. I've got to go take all the doors off, everything, sand them, paint them. I'm hopefully going to get it done this week. Go say hi to Togglebit. Fantastic streamer. Much better than myself. You'll learn a lot about Rust from him. And have a fantastic rest of your weekend. Thanks, everybody. See ya.